Well, hello, and welcome back. I'm AJ O'Neill, and we are going to do some live coding. So let me go ahead and get the chat up because I forgot to do that beforehand. Checking the mic. Mic looks good. So I'm going to be working on standalone tools for payments in Dash. I'm going to take the work that I did with the CrowdNode CLI and start to split that out into reusable components. I'm not exactly sure what the structure of that's going to look like, but I know that we're going to have, well, I suspect that what it's going to be is there's going to be some stuff that's strictly related to insights, some stuff that's strictly related to the WebSockets more particularly, some stuff that's strictly related to things that can be done without contacting the network, and then things that require contacting the network. So, for example, being able to do a signing a creating and signing a transaction doesn't require a network. The mnemonic doesn't require the network. There's then try to basically break things out into the atomic components that can be composed to create the other components as well as some of those other components. Now, before I do that, while we're ramping up and getting started here, and maybe waiting for people to join as well, I'm going to go back to the CrowdNode CLI tools and just merge a couple of the PRs and publish the new release. So yeah, Dash Hive. If you weren't part of the whole CrowdNode stream, that is pretty much complete. We've reached the 1.0 plus plus kind of. We've got it's working. It looks good. It feels good. There's some other things I'd like to clean up around it, but for the most part, we have a good tool here. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our not a sponsor, Mr. Mountain Dew. Let's have a quick word from him. Pop it top, my friends. Ah, that was nice and satisfying, wasn't it? See, this is the 20-ounce version, which I guess that's only 4 more ounces. No, that's no, this is the 16-ounce version. Sorry, 16-ounce version. So that's our double strength Mountain Dew here. Okay, that's ridiculous. I can't drink it like that. I gotta take it out of the case. Anyway, here we go. Okay. So one thing that I did here was I restructured how the output works. One of the bits of that is it's now a table that you can copy and paste directly into Markdown to get a better output, and it handles this better, because what I realized is that we want to be able to listing the keys should be quick and fast, because if you have 20 keys, then that takes a while to go and get the balances. Introducing caching would be a great idea here. There's no reason that it needs to take this long every time. We could have some sort of tool for that. But anyway, so I restructured some of the output and restructured the command a little bit, just so that the output is better and it's fast to list the keys if that's all you need to do. I also think that it would be perfectly reasonable to cache the balances, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm just reviewing these PRs. Let's see. Send payments to multiple outputs from CSV. Oh, this is actually not for this. It's actually not for CrowdNode, but this is for the tools that we are going to be working on. So that's why that's WIP. Send payment to multiple outputs from CSV. We also need to be able to use multiple inputs before I'm ready to merge that, and that's going to be in its own separate repo. Let me go and check. I thought there was one other PR, or maybe there was just a couple of small things I did as commits. Let's see. We don't have any pull requests open here. I do have a couple of nits. Oh, that's me. Okay, so let me go ahead and get into the project repo here. Again, we're not going to spend too much time in this repo. My primary goal here is to Publish this. Okay, so add missing percent to output, add official docs. Yeah, so there's a number of things here that are kind of nice to haves. I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. So get checkout main, get rebase, get push. I'm going to get checkout keys and balances. I just want to make sure I segment this out so it's easy to kind of document what's going on here. And let's see, did we... Oh, this has 3 commits in it. Okay, so I need to do this a little differently. I'm going to go ahead and check out main. I'm actually going to reset head back 1, push that hard, and then I'm going to go to keys and balances, check out. We're going to check out B docs. I'm going to create a docs branch here, and then I'm going to reset hard head on this too. Okay, now I'm going to push this. Now I'm going to get checkout main. Now I'm going to rebase keys and balances. I'm going to push that. That's going to close out this PR. I'm going to open up a new PR for the, let's see, I called it docs, but it's actually going to be not docs itself. Add missing percent to output, add official crowd no docs. Yeah. Get checkout HB typos and docs. Let's go ahead and get this up. Okay. So I can make a little... Oh, whoops. Why does this have... Oh, okay. All right. This was pretty small overall. Minor fixes and adding documentation. All right, then we'll publish this. Oh, and I also need to go grab my previous video and I need to put that in the README. So I'm going to go ahead and do this real quick. Get checkout main, get rebase typos and docs. Let's go ahead and push that up. And then I am going to take these 2 recent PRs here, and I'm going to go put them in a spreadsheet just to kind of track my work so I get rewarded for these. And we're just going to wrap up the publishing with this one because that one, I don't think it quite took 30 minutes, but we're doing this review and then we're doing the publishing, and so that'll be about right. Okay, by the way, how's everybody doing today? Happy 4th. Marka. Oh my, what is this? What is this? July 4th. What's legal? Merca's legal? Yeah, I don't believe that. So my moral belief is don't do drugs. But my legal belief is adults do what they want if it's not, hurting other people. So there's a lot of gray area in that, but I think that I think the evidence seems to be that there is more harm in incarcerating people for minor infractions than there is for that the harm is greater for incarcerating people than it is for the damage they do to themselves with weed, considering that when they get out of jail, they're just going to go back to doing weed. So it just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so NPM version, I think this is mostly, I wouldn't quite call it patch because we changed the way the list and the balance functions work, but yeah, there we go. Okay, NPM, let's see, we want to do git push tags git push npm publish, and then there we are. Okay, so we have published the latest version. Now when somebody installs the CrowdNode CLI, they should get this as well. Okay, and in this one, we're going to move over to something else. Oh, oops, crap, I forgot one thing. We're going to have to do a patch version here now. I need to, in CLI in particular, oh, I guess this is fine. I'll just update the CLI. So CrowdNode CLI, summary video. Let's just put here. Let me go grab this real quick. Hopefully we have a thumbnail for this. That would be awesome. We do have a thumbnail. Let's see. Thumbnail, thumbnail, thumbnail. So, Queequeg, how are you doing? Was your icon always the a muted mic icon? I don't seem to remember that last time. Okay, do we have the summary video here? Summary. Yeah, we're way behind on thumbnails. Way behind, it looks like. All right, so I've got, is this the right one? This seems like this, no, this one's a little long. Let's see. See if I can, sorry, I'm on the other window here. Does everything sound all right now? I do have the AC on, but usually that's not a problem. Okay. Let's see. CrowdNode. Okay, nope, it's not there. Let's see. Do I have the summary over here? How and why to use CrowdNode CLI. There we go. That's the summary video I'm looking for. So we're linked to this video, but then we need to have a thumbnail here. Maybe I just need to go over here and I don't know. Give me just a second while I find what's going to be the best way to do this thumbnail. I think I'm going to open it up. You're going to hear the audio here. 5, 4, 3, 2. I don't know how to count on my hands. And I'm just going to scrub through to find a good place where it looks like I can take a screenshot. Scrubbing. Terms and the data. CrowdNode website. Here's the CrowdNode. So CrowdNode to use, basically they just build the technology where you can I don't know. I'm gonna go contact Josh and make sure we get a thumbnail going here. So we can just find a dumb one for now, maybe. Doot. Let's see. All right, if I just refresh. Okay, how do I get the video? How do I get the video to refresh in a paused state? Anybody know? Because if it refreshes in a paused state, it'll show the thumbnail, and then I could just grab the thumbnail out of the video. And that's what I want to do. Can I download the thumbnail? Copy image? Save image as? Let's see, crowd node summary thumbnail. And then let's just go in here. Video thumbnail. Actually, I don't think I have to even do that much. I think I just drop this in here. Blip, 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 blip. And then I can go back over here. And just plop that in. And I think, oh, you know what I'm going to need to do though? Hold on. Show and finder. I need to plop the YouTube play icon on top of this. So let me go grab this here. So here's our button, and then let me go into my, let's see, I got my sync folder for projects, and then in here I should have library, and then I have, let's see, OBS, Stream Deck, thumbnail assets. Let's go to OBS, and then I think somewhere here I have, there we go, YouTube play icon. Alrighty, so let's just take that, copy it, paste it. Oh no. Seriously? I'm going to have to do this over and over and over again. Gotta scale it down. Okay, it's starting to come into focus here. There we are. Plop that little doodad on there. There we go. Now we got ourselves a nice play button. Done. And then if I can get back to downloads here, get back over here to new issues. This is the one we want. Okay. So now we have ourselves a little summary video thumbnail. Boom. Add summary video and thumbnail. Cool. And actually, I want to update this a little bit because I like to use the KBD. This will give images a nice border. So then we can do, let's see, IMG, what is it? Title equals, SRC equals, and then we would need to have our a ref, and then a ref equals, and then we probably also need a title on this. Or no, this is called alt, isn't it? Is it called alt or title? Let's go with alt. And then I think we can add a title. How to use the crowd node CLI. There we go. And then like this and like this. And we don't want any extra spaces in there. There we go. Docs, add border to video button. There we go. I took some HTML, never went further. A new virtual setup. Okay, cool. Audio keeps cutting out on my Bluetooth headset. Well, I don't notice. I can't tell that it's cutting out on your Bluetooth headset, so you don't have to tell me sorry. All right. Looks good. Okay, cool. So we've got that. Now I'm going to go into that repository, and we're going to do npm install save crowd node at latest. And let me just double check here. Does not have anything I did my files here. Good. Because that'd be really bad if I'd published my... I don't know what this is for. This is probably just a test file. But still, I don't want to be publishing these things. Definitely not. So you always got to have in your package.json, always make sure you have your files array. Of course, that sometimes comes back to bite you in the butt because you forgot. If you're not used to doing the files array, you forget to do it. But yeah, I think it's really dangerous to not have your files array. Plus, you end up you're uploading all your test garbage. You just so much crap ends up, and keep it light and lean. That's my philosophy on these things. I don't think there's any question there. Hey, how's everybody doing? Happy 4th of July, America. There's nothing more patriotic than sipping a 16-ounce of Mountain Dew, working to make some extra money for a four-wheeler. I found a 1988 Four-Trax. It doesn't have any computers in it except for some flip-flop style logic where when you turn the key, there is some sort of electronic component that basically lets it know if it's in neutral or not. Yeah, it tracks whether it's in neutral or not and whether you can start it, but there's no other electronics. I might one day like to get one that has maybe fuel injection or something, but you stay away from things that have computers in them and you'll just get things that last forever, like a 1988 Honda. So let's see. What was I doing here? Oh, yeah. So I installed that. Let's make sure we got files here. Oh, files. None. That's good. So the only files are going to be crowdnode.js. That's great. Let's see. What is going on here? So we're just bumping the version on that. Excellent. And then, so I'm going to call this chore bump deps. And then I actually wanted to move more stuff into the CLI, all the CLI stuff, because there's some dependencies that we don't need in the SDK stuff otherwise, but I just don't want to do that right now. This might come naturally as part of this process as we start to move things around, and then maybe it'll be a better time to consider that. Also, we're going to run into this this problem that people often solve with monorepos that I don't want to solve with monorepos. Well, you're extremely self-conscious. Is that because you're a little bit STONED? Because I obviously, I'm not in the room with you. I obviously have no idea what's going on in your Bluetooth headset. So I obviously cannot judge you on something that you don't tell me about. All right. Do I want to do it that way? Sure, why not? Okay, so git push tags npm publish yada yada. Okay, cool. There we are. So that's that. npm install dash save crowd node CLI. Oh, I'm gonna do location equals global. All right, now we're gonna switch over to doing the thing that the video is titled. Which, again, the work that we did here is kind of part of that. And I'm actually going to check in another screen real quick just to see if I do crowd node list, I get my nice quick and easy list. Good. Crowd node balance. And then now it should be showing me the balances one by one, which takes a few seconds per each because it has to do a few API calls. All right. So that's working. Okay. Cool beans, cool beans. So I have earned over 0.1 dash now via using CrowdNode, which is kind of cool. So that's the equivalent of $4, but still kind of neat. Kind of neat. I just need to get a few thousand more dash. And or a few tens of thousands more Dash, and I'll just live off the interest. It'll be great. Okay, so I'm getting rid of this for now. Let's see, are any of these issues coming over? No. I guess I should do release notes. So let's see here. Okay. V 0.3 release notes includes crowd nodes CLI 1.6.0. Is the tech bubble about to pop? I've been seeing layoffs lately. Well, it is popping in a sense, but let me finish this and then I'll talk about that for a second. It depends on what tech bubble you're talking about. Part. Okay, so I need to do get log one line. And I think I just want to do v1.5.0, right? That was the last. Really? Is that? Is that? Oh wait, no, that I don't want to do to that. I want to do from that. Let's just do this way. Let's see here. Okay. So look at that. I got that nice, helpful output there. Actually, if we do this, hold on. Get. I don't know what I did. Okay, so let's just say. Let me go grab this repo here. Where is it? Oh, there we go. This is what I need. 1.5 release notes. Okay, let me go do this. v1.6.0 release notes. So I will come back to your question. I just want to go get this first. And let me go do the same thing that I just did over in the other repo. Get log one line, chore bump deps. Wait a minute. Oh, whoops. Good thing I saw that. npm version patch, because we need to get these readme changes in here too. Git push tags, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, but while we're waiting, tell me more about what tech bubble in particular you're speaking about. Okay, now let me do this again. So this one is CrowdNode CLI. So this is the right stuff. All right, so we're gonna have this, and we're gonna say see also something. Which issue is this about to be? Let's see if we can guess. What issue will it be? This is what, number 27, so this will be 28. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and preemptively put 28 in there. And then what is this one? This one's 30. So I'm going to go ahead and put, which was this one? 30. Hold on. Oh, nope. I got the wrong thing. This is going to be CrowdNode CLI. Release notes. 1.4 release notes. Bad tag. Okay, here we are. Release notes over there. Release notes over here. Everything's good. We shall be done. Okay, so we're done with this. Now let me talk about that a little bit, and then we'll create the new repo for the Dash tools that we're working on. We're going to create a super repo. And it's going to have all these little submodules in it. Probably call it Dash Tools, Dash Utils. Okay, there is no bubble in software engineering. Absolutely none. There is an absolute dearth of software engineering in our industry. Or maybe we have a dichotomy. On the one hand, we have no software engineering going on with most software projects. And on the other hand, we have engineering without any direction or connection to reality. Which is also, I'd actually say that's not really engineering, that's just computer science. Because I think engineering has to involve the practical component. If you don't have the practical component, then you're stuck in computer science, so you're not really doing engineering. So yes, I would say that we have an absolute dearth of software engineering. No software engineering bubble is going to pop because there is no software engineering bubble. Now, if you want to be, if you're talking about things like the cryptocurrency blockchain Web3 bubble, yes, that is bursting right now. Is it going to bottom out? Probably not. But I think that it's pretty well understood that all the NFT stuff is scams. I think people still use it for marketing, but I don't think even the people that are using it, I don't think that they believe that it's legitimate. I think it's just like, well, whether or not this is an NFT, if we put the word NFT on here, then it's going to give us a little bit more SEO, search engine optimization, a little bit better visibility, a little bit more coolness factor, whatever. So that's going to continue. We saw the big, huge... the market kind of should have popped before this, but I'm glad that this happened in a way. So we saw this thing with the Luna coin where they had an algorithm that basically overnight injected $70 billion of funny money into the cryptocurrency economy, because a lot of the cryptocurrencies don't have any value in of themselves. They just trade other cryptocurrencies, and then they it's kind of a pyramid scheme, but not quite a pyramid scheme. It's kind of a weird... Well, it's kind of like stocks. It's more like Enron, right? Where you're just making false claims and then you're buoying up your own stock, and then you're collateralizing your stock so that you can buy someone else's stock, and then you're using somebody else's stock as collateral for your own stock. That seems to be kind of what the Luna coin thing was. It was buying, selling, and collateralizing between Bitcoin, UST, the Tether token, and its own coin, and then somebody attacked them by either buying or selling a whole bunch of Bitcoin, I think, or maybe a whole bunch of their coin. But anyway, it caused their whole algorithm to just go haywire because they hadn't put in any safeguards in place. And so then it started generating new of their tokens like crazy. Then the other exchanges weren't keeping up with the amount of coin they were printing, so they were still allowing them to trade between Bitcoin and UST, And anyway, so $70 billion, essentially 50% of the cryptocurrency market vanished overnight because most of it's just funny money with one coin collateralizing another coin to boost up its own value over and over again. And so I think that was a good burst because we just can't have things that have no value other than that they are good at automatically trading and collateralizing other value, because it's the whether you want to call it pyramid scheme or whatever you want to call it, it's just it's not sustainable. Let's see, other tech bubbles. I don't know, because the thing is, we've reached a point where everybody wants software, nobody knows how to build software, and people who have no idea what they're doing, that are barely able to copy and paste from Stack Overflow, are making the same salary that I am. Okay, maybe that's a little exaggeration, but not far from it. Not the salary that I should be making if I were playing the money game to get as much money as possible off of my normal salary, but pretty close to the salary that I'm actually making because I work for a startup, I have some equity, and then I don't consider my Dash money as part of my salary. But anyway, because it's Dash, and that's for trade of other goods and services. God dang on fly. So, I don't know. Tech bubble is... I think one of the tech bubbles that has to burst at some point, but maybe not. Because there's a lot of stuff about economics that I just don't understand. But everybody's running on investor money. The investor money lasts for generally about 10 years. Nobody has to turn a profit. And then everybody's kind of paying other companies that had been run on investor money until they became profitable. So for example, you look at things like Dropbox and Amazon, they were making no money for years and years and years and years and years. And the prices that they have to charge in order to make up for that are exorbitant. I mean, AWS has got to be the most expensive way to do anything with a computer. You could buy your own computer and co-locate it, and it's going to be less expensive, unless you're doing the things that Amazon does particularly poorly, and then you're just paying a super huge premium on, such as their light sale sort of thing, where you get a really crappy product, zero reliability. If you paid something like DigitalOcean, you could buy a Raspberry Pi instead and get the same power and performance, but you wouldn't get the same reliability and bandwidth. If you just ran a Raspberry Pi, you certainly couldn't co-locate a Raspberry Pi for cheaper than $5 a month. So, but I think at some point there has to be a reckoning with the cloud services, because all of the companies, they basically have no intellectual property. They're converting all of their intellectual property into something that Amazon owns, and then they're paying Amazon twice because they're giving all of their intellectual property to Amazon for free, and then they are running all of their services, paying Amazon to run the services, that the services only work on Amazon because they chose to not keep any of the intellectual property and to use proprietary platforms rather than having their own IP as an intellectual property. So there's an issue there, but I don't know. When I was younger, I was actually, and this is something I think that others have said too. So when I was younger, I was better at predicting the market than I am now, and I think the wisdom runs against me, right? Because now that I understand things better, I'll look at something and I'll say, this could never work. No one's going to do this. This is absolutely, on the face of it, just dumb, right? But with wisdom, the problem is that you understand what's dumb and what's smart, and that's not actually a good predictor of what the market's going to do. So when I was in college, I was really, really good at knowing what technology was going to succeed and fail, and understand, like, I had a really intuitive grasp on it, but it was the zeitgeist. I have lost the zeitgeist because I am now older and wizened, and I've got all these gray hairs, and with that wisdom comes the loss of the ability to be able to predict what actually will take hold in the market as opposed to what should take hold in the market. So there's my long, rambly rant. Will the bubble burst? And Josh, maybe we can clip that. Somebody comment if you think we should clip that and make a little short out of it. But wait, there's more, maybe. So, Lego Logic 16. Tell me, what is that? Helpful? Not helpful? Any ideas you have on that? Others, feel free to comment in the chat or below, and let me know what you think. It's a good talk. All right. There's a little slipstream of young energy too that makes decisions beyond the realm of rationals. Yeah. Yep. Okay, I'm going to call this Dash Utils. That's where we're going to go with this. Any other votes on what we call this mega repository we're about to embark on? Instead of a mono repo, I'm going to call it a mega repo, because it's not a mono repo. Or a meta repo, we could call it a meta repo. That would be the more appropriate term. Okay, so we're going to create, I'll call it Dash Utils. Meta repo for various Dash tools. Let's call it a meta package. I don't know if it's a meta package yet. We'll find out if it's a meta package. It's definitely going to be a meta repo. Still want to get us away from MIT. I think this is a terrible decision for this organization. I think it's just going to have cascading negative effects. For something to take hold in the marketplace, I mean, I think we can have it be visible source, but I just think letting other people steal our work, if we create better tools that are superior tools, and then anybody can just come along, adapt them slightly, and then have them. And when you're talking about a financial system that's based on the utility of the financial system, I just think giving away the value is, I don't see how it's going to work out. None of the popular, well, I shouldn't say none, but generally speaking, the popular cryptocurrencies are not popular because they had great ideas and they have a wonderful open source community. It's because they have VC money. Bitcoin is not some sort of community project. I'm going to bring up this real quick. Just, a little cold shower here. Who killed Bitcoin? I think this is the video. So I'm just going to grab this one and then share this with everybody so that, nice cold shower. I'm going to actually bookmark this as well. Bookmark this. Daggone flies. Summertime. And the buggy's easy. All right. I got Dash Utils. And then, let's see. I think I'm gonna have crowd node and maybe crowd node CLI in here as well. Might as well. Why not? Or maybe I should just call it Dash Hive. I don't think that's really what I want to do. All right, git clone. No, git add submodule crowd node. I'm not going to put the .js on these. Get submodule add. All right, here's the problem I have with this. These are all public repos. People should just have their SSH key on their machines. I am going to do get at for this. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not. And here's why. Because I can fix this problem myself. I can set up my git config so that these automatically translate to SSH links for me. So I will do it this way. And then I just need to see that anything via Dash Hive. I've got this little, this is a valuable piece of knowledge bomb for today. I'm going to do git credentials cheat sheet. My stuff should pop up. There we go. Git credentials cheat sheet. This is the one you need. So what we need here is this right here. Except we need to do the reverse. So what did I have in my copy buffer? What did I just copy? Did I copy something? I'm gonna go check over here. Just 1 second. Blue. Okay, right. So this is what I do. I'm going to do add auth.sh is what we're going to call this. And then I'm going to say anywhere that you encounter well, actually I prefer this way. Git at github.com instead of dash hive instead of dash. All right, right here. So this is a neat little bit because what it's going to do is say anytime you encounter an HTTPS URL from dash hive, convert it into an SSH URL instead. So I could probably, let me just double check on that. SSH:git. Okay, this is what I actually should do. Whoops. SSH:git, and then I can leave the slashes there like that. Okay, so add off. Now I'm going to be able to do pushes even though it's an HTTPS URL. So that's, let me give you all a link to this. It's good knowledge. Git credentials. The whole idea of paying for private packages on NPM is so incredibly bogus, it's beyond belief. Because all you need to do is just use Git URLs. And that's part of why I created this, because we were, at one of the companies I was working for, we were investigating NPM private packages, and it was causing problems with the deploys and yada yada. I was like, look, everything already works with Git. Everything already works with SSH keys. Why don't we just use Git with SSH keys? And then there was this question of, oh, well, maybe that's complicated and da-da-da. And it's complicated if you don't have this right here in front of you. If you have to go look it up every time, yeah, sure, it's complicated. But if you know what you need to do, then it's not complicated. So this is the silver bullet, as it were, or the simplest bullet. So these two things. This is what you need to know for Git credentials. And this works, the nice thing about this works with Go, this works with Python, this works with Ruby. Everything works with Git. NPM doesn't work with Git really well because they were trying to keep it proprietary and kind of concentrate all the package management into one place. How do you become a wrong thinker? Okay, switching topics real quick. How do you become a wrong thinker? If you're asking that question, you're probably already there. Becoming a wrong thinker is pretty simple. All you have to do is follow the science. but not in the way that people who say follow the science mean it. Because what they mean is follow the religion. So basically, if you can understand that when people say follow the science, they mean follow the religion, and what you and I don't even give it the credence of religion, cult, then you probably have a pretty good handle on science. And science is how you become a dangerous wrong thinker. You know, looking at numbers and being able to say, if I add 2 and 2, I get 4. Does this check out? You know, 2 is kind of a small number. Yeah, you know, so I expect another small number. I don't expect to be 5,000. So, you know, just a ballpark check. If I'm adding 2 small numbers, I expect a small number. You know, if it's a number less than 10 I'm adding, I certainly expect a number less than 20. You know, if you could just do ballpark estimates like that in your head of, hey, just at the base level, does this check out as being sane at all? Then you're well on your way to being a dangerous wrong thinker. You know, if you don't consider something and just think, wait a minute, just as a ballpark figure, there's so many people on the planet, there's so much of this going on, you know, does this seem that it's plausible? Is it plausible for this thing that I'm being told to be true? If you do just basic checks like that, and something seems maybe not so plausible, and it kind of tips that little bit in your head, and you're thinking, wait a minute, maybe I should investigate this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're already a dangerous wrong thinker. Yeah. And I mean, I think to some extent, we all slip into the follow the religion, follow the cult, because it's part of our humanity to have belief systems that supersede the logic and the rational, or in some case are ahead of, in some case are behind. But yeah, if it's basically wrong think is simply not crowd think. It's independent think. You just got to be really careful not to get on the other side, because going against the mainstream is not necessarily wrong think, because you could just be doing cult think in the other direction. You have to be skeptical of both major sides for proper wrong think. You know, you have to look at the cartoons on TV and kind of say, yeah, this doesn't really seem like this person's being honest in their investigation. A lot of their points may be correct, but they don't necessarily seem honest or sincere, because they could be honest but not sincere maybe in their investigation. Yeah, we must remain the observer. Well said. Extremely well said. And that's hard to do, and I'm definitely not perfect at that. I have a lot of biases that I follow. But yeah, that's the basic idea. That's the basic premise, is just yeah, I mean, if you look up define wrong think thought crime, there we go. I mean, this will probably, yeah, it's from the book 1984. Having views that differ from the brainwashed mainstream opinion. Yeah. Okay. So let me close these out. All right, so the main thing I want to do, I think I'm going to create another repo that's called Dash Site, and we're going to move some stuff over here. And as part of this, we may need to solve once and for all the meta package problem in terms of Git. Dash Site. Insight API for Dash. SDK for, let's see, Dash Site.js. SDK for Dash's flavor of the block Insight API. Yeah, we'll call that. And I'd like to deprecate this right off the start, but I can't because we don't have anything else public yet. This is something I need to make an AJ's idea for, we need to have dash.org to host Go version of Insight API, the better Go version thing. I put that in there to make it clear that I don't remember what it is. I got to find it from one of the recent videos in the CrowdNode session. I think it was actually somebody else that suggested it. It's probably in a Discord channel somewhere, but it's like the Insight API, but it's written in Go and it's cleaned up to be Go-ish, consistent. I mean, because Insight is kind of spaghetti. In one place it's called address, and another place it's called adder. And sometimes it's called Satoshi, sometimes it's called amount, sometimes it's called value, and the other one is just kind of cleaned up. All right. I don't know what this emoji thing is. I'm guessing it's from either Counter-Strike or from what's the other one? The Xbox one, what's that called? Halo. Is it one of those? Okay. So create a new repository. We're gonna add a README. Actually, I do need to have a README for this. Because what we need to be able to do is have these things live separately. But and be able to publish them separately for them to be individually usable utilities. But then when we need to update one and we have to have this cascading issue of dependencies, that we update as few of the others as possible. And one way to do that is simply flat rather than nested, one of the Zen of programming bits. But another is we need a little bit of tooling to walk through directory paths, read the package.json, and decide, oh, okay, here's the tree of how these things depend on each other. These ones need to update, and then just automate that away. Automate the pain away. Okay, dash site.js. All right, so this one's going to be fun, and then and then we're going to need another one, and it's going to need to be for, I mean, I don't know what to call it. I don't know if I can call it Dash.js. Let's see what npm has taken right now in regards to Dash. Oh, Metal Gear Solid. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm a Nintendoer, so I know basically nothing about video games. All right. Let's see. What do we get when we do Dash? What if we just do digital cash? This will be interesting. I'm going to take this one. We're going to call it digital cash. So new digitalcash.js. Normally I wouldn't go creating the repos ahead of time, but I already have a lot of the code that needs to be split out, so it kind of makes sense. The Dash digital cash SDK for JS with types. I actually don't know if this is the right name for this, because this is more going to be maybe lower level utilities. Maybe this is what the meta package should be called, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll move things around if we need to. I just need to get started and have a couple repos to be able to move things around where they need to go. So I know that, I think that I'm going to keep the Insight and the WebSocket stuff together. We're just going to need to create the browser version for that as well, which I had part of that and then I threw it away, but it's not going to be hard to recreate it because it's basically Well, I didn't necessarily throw it away. I just don't know. I don't know where it is now. I may have deleted it when I deleted stuff. What's up? Okay. Just knocking on the door. Kiddos are knocking on the door. I don't think they actually... Cypher watches all. There's a lot of talk about codes in Metal Gear Solid. Okay. So when you say codes, is that the British way of saying it, like maths? Or is that because they're... If you refer to programming as codes, I can only assume that you're British. Because I know British people refer to mathematics as maths. Weirdos. So it would make sense that coding is codes. You're slightly British. Yeah, okay. That explains it. So after you caffeinate, you got to hydrate. Remember this, kids. Especially all you ADHDers out there, which is pretty much everybody that's involved in programming, right? So caffeinate, then hydrate. Or hydrate, then caffeinate. I think it could go both ways. All right, submodule add. Oh, this is the thing I hate about submodules. Is once you add them, it's impossible to change them. So that's the one thing where I said, oh, it's going to be fine if we just change this later. I have had the hardest time removing and re-adding a submodule or renaming a submodule. But it's okay. This is all going to work out. All right, so we've got that. I'm going to move this into the README. Put this README. Developing. For convenience, and maybe this is the wrong thing when I describe this. I'm describing the wrong thing. For the convenience of the casual Git user, these submodules use unauthenticated HTTPS. If you'd like to develop and contribute, be sure simply update your Git config to use the proper SSH URL automatically. Okay, so if you'd like to develop and contribute, update your Git config to, what's the word, substitute? There's a T word that's like substitute. Transpose? Substitute's better. All right, git config global. Actually, we don't necessarily need this to be global. We could have it be local, but we're going to go with global. I really do like the idea. Let's see, chore, add submodules and update docs. What was I going to say? I like the idea of something. I like the idea of My mom says she was a British machine gunner in her last life or something. I want to sample that in my next song. When I say God, I generally refer to planet Earth. That, I think, is fair. When I say God, I generally refer to a, let's see, superhuman in the sense of human-like but beyond, that I believe orchestrated the creation of the portion of the universe in which we live. But I don't. The My beliefs are a lot stronger around the morality than around the. Well, this is the way I put it. Religion answers why, science answers how. So, why do people exist? Why do people have families? Why do people have children? Why should we strive to be more accepting and loving despite differences? These are questions that are to be answered by religion. How does one procreate? How does one prevent procreation? How was the earth formed? How, these are questions that are, we discover the methods by which the creator created. We don't dictate the methods by which the creator created. That's kind of my take on it. So I find that I am at odds with a lot of other Christians, and that they, I would say, don't believe the Bible as literally as I do, because I think that the Bible describes the process of evolution. There was plants, and then there was the sun, which matches the geological record in the hydrocarbon haze. Then there were animals. Then there were humans. Then the breath of life and spirit was granted to man to make him different from the other animals. I think that, God created man from the dust of the earth, from the elements of the earth. And this whole process is described, and then, it's summarized as, how was man created from the dust of the earth. But, to me, that all matches. That all matches what, but yeah, I guess it takes a little bit to get there. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't add dash site. Git submodule add. Ah, crap. I did a couple of things wrong here. See, you got me monologuing. Look what it did. Dash site. Dash site. And then this. It's all wrong now. Okay, I'm gonna rebase and force push or something or other. Now I have to daggone find git at here. All right, let's see if I can do this. It's probably going to be all messed up. I don't know why I did that. Actually make any sense. Git modules. I guess conversely, I could give the instructions on how to do it with HTTPS for the casual people. All right. Let's see. I saw appreciate it and then the guy laughing. I'm not quite sure what that was in reference to, but I'll take it. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of a test here. Let's just rumrough dash utils, and then let's git clone recursive https github.com/. Well, that's weird. I wonder why that's auto-populating from my history. That's, oh, because that's probably the last time I used recursive. Okay. Okay, so dash hive dash utils. And I think this actually belongs in the README itself. Dash utils, README. How's everybody else doing? By the way, I'm really enjoying our little chat. Quick. Download. Clone all the code in one at once. Sure. Add clone command. Okay, so I don't know how that worked out so well, because every other time I've ever tried to swap the names of submodules, it seems like I always screw it up. But this seems like it worked. All right, so now from CrowdNode, where we have this lib, we're going to need to copy over, let's see. There's a lot of things here. A lot of things that need to be copied too. Oh, I know why I didn't want to have to deal with um, the insight right away. So the issue with insight that we have is that for the WebSockets to work with the way that they're deployed, because it's not done right, because the way that it's using the AWS load balancer, and the software is not built to be run behind a load balancer, there's all this cookie crap that you got to do. That was one of my issues with this. Okay, so let me see what branches we have here. Let's go git fetch, git branch dash a, and then what did we want? Multi-payment. I think multi-payment's what we want here. Git checkout multi-payment. Okay, and I do want to rebase off of main for this, and I do want push. Okay. So the main thing that we have here git diff. So we added a bunch of stuff there. So create TX, yeah. So we can create and send TX. And change how we create optimal payments. And we added the toDuff function. Takes a dash string. And that needs to be a string because you can't count on floats in math. Okay. So now that I've got that, let's go ahead and make digital cache lib, and we're gonna rsync over from CrowdNode lib dash to digital cache lib. think that's what we want. And ultimately, I want to break these tools apart. I want to have the transaction bit be its own thing. Um, we got, to make this so that it's flat rather than nested. I don't want to look into the transactions right now. It's still, I'm going to leave these a bit big at this particular moment. All right, crowd node bin create tx, and we're going to look in digital cash bin. There we go. So I'm just going to focus right now on my current problem, which is that I need to be able to take, basically from a CSV, I need to be able to take multiple keys that are inputs, and I need to be able to create multiple outputs from multiple inputs. So let's see what we can do. What I need to do here is create a new wallet. And I do want to do an HD wallet. So let me think about this a little bit. To do the thing that I need to do the most right now, I don't need to create the wallet yet. So maybe I'll stall on that. So let's have okay, get checkout main get diff. There should be no difference between these two. Let's see if there actually is for some reason. No, there isn't. I wonder why it says head detached. Probably be because I didn't have a tag for this. So I'm just going to go up here. Notes, MD. Every package needs a tag. For each submodule should always have a tag at commit time. Oh, here's another thing we need to do, is we need to link, okay, to do ms link. We're gonna assume that when you're developing from within inside the main directory. So let me go back up one. So we're going to set node modules is a link to itself. Nope. Reverse that. I always get the way that link works messed up because source and target can mean both. You're creating a target link, or you're creating the link's target. So it's first the link's target and then the target link. Link's target, target link. If I could somehow remember that's the order of LN, that would be better. So for those joining in, feel free to ask questions. We can go off the wall. We're having a co-working / hangout 4th of July celebration in Code. And also just popped up the little reminder that reminds me to remind you that if you like what you like, you get more of what you like. If you find this useful, entertaining, fun, it helps you fall asleep at night, whatever, consider like, follow, sub, etc. And there's a link to the Discord if you want it. Okay, so all right, so now this is a neat little trick. This is a neat little trick that I need to have I need to have a little script that does this for Windows as well. But in Windows, you do not need administrative privileges to create a directory link. You need administrative privileges to create a file link, but not a directory link. And this kind of makes sense because it's generally when you're creating directory links that you're going to have problems, not when you're when you're creating file links is when you can create problems. You can put something in somebody's path that doesn't belong there. The security issues, I think, mostly come from file links more often than directory links. I'm not sure if that's the reason, but it seems somewhat reasonable. And then, of course, on Linux, you can easily make symlinks to directories or files, but Windows, I think it's not called a link, it's called something else, maybe a junction, called a junction. So you can create a junction. But anyway, so if you have at the top level of your, did I put this in the notes already? If you have at the top level of your meta package, okay, node modules should be a ln-s node module, whoops, link or ms directory dir junction, so that while working in the submodules, they have access to each other at the currently checked out version. It's kind of a long-winded way to say it, but it's the right way to say it. If you know a better way to say it, let me know. But this is something that we need to have tooling for. If we're gonna have a meta repo and we're gonna be able to publish small independent packages, we need a way to make it easy to work together. And so as I'm going through this, I'm just gonna apply things, because what it seems to be is people want to use mono repos and they want to use really, really complex tooling to make them work. And this is exciting, because if we can build complex tooling, that means we got to sink a lot of time into it, and then we get to be cool. And but I'm kind of just trying to distill, as I'm building this, what are the things that are going to be the 80-20 bits where we can do almost nothing and make this really convenient, fast, and easy to work with. Okay, so let me go in here, lib, we've got dash, and then we need dash core. I want to get rid of this because there's security vulnerabilities in this, and I don't want, when I'm shipping software, for people to be getting security vulnerabilities. This is one of the problems with just having tons of just junk dependencies. Okay, so I do need, let's see, maybe I'll do index.js and we'll do use strict let dash equals module dot exports. No, it's just going to do require lib dash.js, I think is how we're going to do this. We'll see. I'm not sure exactly what it should be, but we'll figure it out with time. Okay, so we have our, oops, did I say mkdir? No. rmdir. I meant to do mkjs, that's my little script that will add my prettier and my tsconfig and all that stuff. So now if we do get status, we'll see there's the prettier and the tsconfig. We're going to need that for each of these tsconfig types, typings. One thing that I need to do with my mkjs is, where's typings at? Typings, touch, so let's see, if not file, well, if not exists, because I guess, I don't know, I don't want to restrict people on what this is. Touch typings dot get keep. Uh-oh. Why'd this get sad? Oh, it got sad because I didn't give it the file. There we go. Cool. So let's make sure that that is there. And I'm actually going to run this again. And now this time it will have our, oh, it doesn't have our typings still? Typings get keep? Get ignore files, really? What in the world? Yeah, I don't think we want that. I could be wrong, but I don't think we want that to be ignored. I don't know why it would ignore that, but I'm pretty sure you need your typings directory when you're doing JavaScript with types. tsconfig, types, this is all just boilerplate stuff. Git commit -m, sure, add tsc. Just gonna go blend. All right, jsint git commit -m lint jshint git add git commit -m lint prettier. Oh, you know what though? Dang it. I forgot. There's a couple things I forgot to do. And with the other ones, actually, maybe even with this one, let me go back into CrowdNode. Did I get CrowdNode's package fixed up? Some of this shenanigans, no, I don't have that in here. Just needs to be part of the package.json here. So package.json, vim package. Do we have? Wait, where am I at right now? Digital cache, yeah, right? Oh, and I don't have a package.json, so I need a package.json. Okay, so we'll do that. Git commit lint prettier. Okay, npm init. Yeah, we're gonna call it digital cache. We're gonna call it v1.0 to start with. Description. We already have a description. Let's go nab the description here. Let's see. Do we have a test command? We don't really have a test command. It's happening. What is happening? Whoa! Oh, that stinks. So apparently it does not recognize the Git repository when you specify the Git repository this way. So, I gotta think about that. Keywords, dash, digital cache, cryptocurrency. I don't want to put that in there. Tills, maybe? I don't know. Whatever. I'll just leave it for that. Author is... Wait a minute. Why is it missing the author information? It should have me in here already. So, saves@gmail.com. What? Why is everything... Am I using the wrong version of Node? What version of Node am I using? Did I downgrade to an old version? No, I didn't. Huh, I don't know why it didn't have the autocomplete stuff there. Seems kind of weird. But whatever, we'll go with it. Okay, so then... Sure, add package.json. Well, let's just say npm init. And then here's what I wanted to get to. Well, actually, let's see. Files. Let's go ahead and restrict the files to lib and maybe bin. Let's see. I don't know if we want to restrict the files in any other way. Add limits package.json.files. Okay. And then let me go grab this from another repo real quick. I need to make this part of my just standard node template. I need to have a couple of node templates, one for Express, one for CLI tools. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So we need to have files. We need to have scripts. Oh, this was wrong. This one right here. Interesting that it picked up on that, but we'll get around to that, I suppose. So we need fumped. add package.json, get commit f prettier. I'm going to fix these up in a little bit. And then I need lint as well. Do we have the lint here? Need a couple of these things. So for lint, we need doubles here. Because we've got the JS hint lint, and then we also need to have the TSC lint, and I need to go check out what that looks like. Let me go bring up my TypeScript starter. Let's see if I've got that here. TypeScript starter. Nothing is noise, nothing is eats happening. Dagnabbit. Oh, I put this under Beyond Code. Beyond Code. Maybe I should rename it JS with Type Starter. We need a branding for typed JavaScript. Do we call it typed JavaScript? That sounds too similar to TypeScript. Can we call it Type.js? We need some sort of branding for this style of doing things. I don't know what it should be. Let's see. In the package.json, do I have the lint here? I do not. That is a huge fault. I'm going to see if I can find it. Because I know that I don't know if it's just TSC. I think you have to specify config file too. But I'll go figure this out real quick. I think I need TSC space. None of that. Oh no! Okay, TSC. Okay, what I need is that's not right. I think it might just be TSC. That might be what this is. Let me try it. Okay, that looks maybe right. Okay. Can I npm init -y? Let me try this. T-script might not be good. Dagnabbit. Yeah, I am from the south. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we got a little bit of a problem here. So dependencies, let's get the heck out of there. All right, now let's run TSC and see what happens. Oh, I'm going to need to bring some of the types over. That's fine. Okay, cannot find this. So this one I need to npm install, save. And again, my goal is to get rid of dashcore-lib. We should not need dashcore-lib, but I'm not going to get there today. Unless I do. But I don't think I will, because I think the amount of code that's required around the transaction, and especially the signing transaction, is an amount of code that I couldn't tackle today. Maybe I could tackle the transaction today, but not the signing transaction. And then if I did that, then I might be able to get rid of the dependency on the vulnerable version of elliptic. So that could get rid of the warnings that are coming out of here. Okay. Let's try this one again. Okay. Whoa. All right, so I don't understand this bit right here. This doesn't make sense because it should be ignoring node modules, and the reason it should be ignoring node modules is because right here in my tsconfig, exclude node modules. So it says what to include, which, by the way, I need to adjust this. Hold on. I'm going to go to bin, mkjs. Where am I pulling this from? tsconfig. Okay, so it is from tsconfig.json.txt. So include, this should also include bin ****.js. Okay. But why, so this is where I get confused. All right, let's do tsc-help and see, can I tell it what the config is? Show config. tsc show config. Include, exclude. So it knows it's supposed to exclude node modules, right? It knows that. Holy shoot. Holy shoot. Look at that. That is insane. And you got these junk, all this junk crap in here. Deep is. Path key. I don't think we need puny code anymore. Maybe we still do. We don't need rimraf. We don't need safe buffer. Probably a ton of these actually are supposed to be development only dependencies, but they weren't properly added to the package. But for example, Acorn. Acorn, that's got to be a development dependency. That can't be a real dependency. Wow. All right, anyway. What was I doing here? I just don't understand. I don't want. I don't understand. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Okay. TSC ignore dependencies. Exclude. Maybe I don't have my exclude correct. Okay, compiler options. Now let's try this. Skip lib check. TSC. Yes, that is what I meant. Hey, look, I get to use my superpowers for good. Oh wait, no I don't. because I can't edit comments. I can only edit. All right, that did nothing. That literally did nothing. Okay, so much for type safety. Oh well. I don't know what to do about that at this point in time. Package JSON. Okay. But yeah, this is I think it's fair to say that this is unsafe. We don't want our financial tooling to depend on, let's see if we can get that output from NPM where it says how many thousands of packages and how many hundreds of authors. It looks like they took the authors away because that was probably too scary to see. You've got 102 packages that 500 authors have access to. That's probably too scary for people. So maybe they got rid of that because it used to output audited 102 packages or installed so many packages from so many authors. Let me try npm CI. Because when it's presented to you that way, it's kind of scary because it's saying, hey, if any of these people are untrustworthy in any way, then your package is hacked. Hey, what's up, Nerd Next Door? Yes, happy 4th, indeed. Let's see what we got. What else we got here? Okay, let's see, what are we doing? Wait a minute. Where did that TSC thing go? Okay, was anybody else here with me when I definitely added the... What in the world just happened? I am very confused right now. Where did my scripts go? Dev dependencies, where did files go? Okay, what happened? Why is the package.json messed up? Other people saw that my package.json had the prettier stuff in it, right? I mean, I'm not... Hold on a second here. Good log. What the letter L? Okay, how did these get removed? Oops, there we go. Because I also put the lint one here. Everybody remembers that, right? Oh well, whatever. Screw it. We're moving on. All right, and then there was lint, and I had the whole JS config thing, and that was great. Let's see, npx-p type script at 4 tsc is what I had, and then the other one was the JS hint stuff. I don't know what happened to that. All right. All right, so I had this. Something like that. Okay, sure. Update tsc config. Now let me go back further here. Is there a shortcut for the original commit? Okay, what is it not like? Seriously, what is it upset about? Doesn't like where scripts are? Okay, we got directories, we got bin, which is actually wrong, but whatever. We got repository keywords, author, home page. That all looks good. Git rebase, continue. Okay, and then we got more conflicts on this again. Why? Because we added back scripts. Whoa, wait, how did scripts get removed? Oh, well, it's all back now, so everything's good. Okay, cool. So it ended up just fine. All right, now let's get on to the real meat of the problem. How do I do these transactions? Let's check this out. So we got Cool Fox, a bump in the road. What was the bump in the road? By the way, I almost never do this. I almost never do get add dot. But in this particular case, I saw that, hey, yeah, I know for a fact everything that, here I want to stage. Okay, so let's look at this. We do have to have the insight. That one makes me nervous. Do I want to do something that requires insight right now? I don't really, but I don't know that I have another way to go about this, so I think the answer is yes. We're going to have this be sources, targets, and change. I'm going to have a little thing to generate an address, just like what we had over in CrowdNode. Go away, fly, go away. Get out of here. Scat. Okay. So I'm going to keep similar wallet management that we had over here. don't really like the way that this ended up, but I think that it's good enough for now because I don't have a better idea of what the structure of the subcommand stuff should be. So let's see what we're going to do here. I'm going to copy the whole thing, and then we're going to slow it way down. Or let's just do generate. We're just going to have a bin that what it does is it generates. Or maybe we'll do one better than that. Okay, generate key. We do need to have the passphrases on the keys. Okay, I'm gonna take a step back and just focus on the most core thing that I need to worry about right now. I do want this. It is getting hotter in here with the AC going. It must be very, very hot outside. Well, let's see. Besides keeping up with new tech, what do you think you need to work on as a senior dev? I don't think you need to keep up on new tech because I think that's mostly a distraction because math hasn't changed very much in the last 100 years. Well, okay, that's probably not true. Math probably has changed in the last 100 years. Math hasn't changed very much in the last 50 years, maybe the way we teach it. But sometime, we basically... Now, maybe math hasn't... Because we had calculus back in this... Calculus was invented when? Or invented, discovered, whatever we're going to call it. Calculus discovered independently by two different people. Let's see, 250 years. Anyway, my point being, doesn't really matter. My point being that this stuff, it gets rehashed. So here's right there, software engineering, creedsofcraftsmanship.com. This is the stuff that I think you need to work on as if you are an engineer. If you're a software engineer, then you are a senior. Engineering is programming with respect to time and people. So if you get to that point, then you're talking about wisdom, not fads. And so you don't need to keep up on the latest technology because the latest technology is typically a worse version of already existing technology. It's typically just a rehash to make something more complex. Now, that said, I do lightly keep up on new technology, but it's not something where I'm just constantly trying to imbibe on a daily basis what's new. I want to have the limited set of things that work well. And that's what Creeds of Craftsmanship is all about. It's about, you've got Zen of Python, Go Proverbs, Zen of Zig, Prettier Rationale, the dry, wet, and aha methods, the Agile Manifesto, 12-factor app, Laws of UX. These are the core ones here. There's some other stuff. There's tons of talks. Software engineering is about how to do the most important part with the least amount of complexity. That's what you need to be. Now, that's highly controversial, and not a lot of people want to do that because it's just not very cool to not be talking about a new framework every week. Occasionally, I find something that's new and useful, but usually things that are new are not, particularly they're not more useful than what we already have. Typically, they're less useful. So I think not learning design patterns for the sake of how do I implement design patterns, but learning design patterns for the sake of how do I know what to avoid and what's unnecessary. That's what I would say. All right, so we have generate key, private key to address, to if. So, 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 + 1 = 2 Let me see if I can pull this out into its own function. Let me try that. So we're going to have, I'm going to get rid of bin generate. We're going to create our new bin generate. I think it is important to be able to encrypt it. I think that's something that we need. Let me go grab this real quick. Back from here. So we're going to need maybe the .env. We're going to need maybe the package. We're going to need probably, yeah, a lot of this stuff. So let me just see what I can grab. So, don't need crowd node. We probably are going to need Dash, but I don't know. We're probably going to need Insight, but I don't know. Probably going to need the prompts. But not right now. We're probably going to need the QR, but not right now. We're probably going to need the WebSocket, but not right now. So let me just comment all those out. We're going to need Cypher relatively soon. Let me go ahead and grab that. And I probably will want to put this into something different. I probably want to have a Cypher package that just does these ciphery things. I do want to eventually get to using the same methodology as wallet.dat. I'm not there yet. Whoops. There we go. Okay, bin generates. Cipher is defined but never used. Sure, we'll take that out for now. Package is defined but never used. We'll take that out for now. Home is defined and never used. We'll take that out for now. We do need to have npm install .env. Again, .env is another one that I want to remake myself at some point because there are a few issues that the author refuses to address that kind of require a fundamental rewrite. Particularly that it should be a parser that parses a limited subset of bash. And it's just kind of difficult to discern from all the forks and stuff. I don't think this is that big of a deal. You're basically parsing things that are encapsulated in single quotes and double quotes, looking for a $ character and developing a dependency tree to say this $ variable was used or not. It's not, I don't think that it's a monumental task to parse an env file. I could be wrong, but I think there's some pretty eager wins, as it were. Okay, so we're going to go back here. We don't need done to do. We don't need no shadow. We do need defs. All right, so then we got our generate key. And I think this is going to be a pretty simple generate key. Let's go find out, how was I doing it here? Generate. Oh, no, not there. Yeah. So. Actually. So once this is done, just want console.error process.exit1. And the reason that we need these process.exits because especially if we do use insights, there's going to be some network connections that are lingering that will hold up stuff. All right, so we don't need to tell it default key. We might need to tell it something else. We don't need args here. We do need maybe plain text. We don't need default key. Simplify this down quite a bit. All right, the maybe encrypt. I think we actually do want... I don't know if I want to bring in all that encryption stuff, though. It's going to be so big, but also kind of important. So, yeah, we need to bring it in. Okay, we need configure, keysdir. All right, let's go back to that real quick. And I probably got some of the directory structure wrong. I'm not going to worry about fixing it right now. I'm going to say this is actually the wallet. All of this stuff is the actual real wallet. So I'm going to take the privilege of moving that out right now. Probably don't need that. Okay. S. Maybe encrypt. I guess we don't need the duffs here. That's fine. Or let me stick on that. So maybe encrypt. We're going to need that one. Probably working on America's birthday should be illegal. No, you see, you've got it wrong. You've got it. Working towards financial freedom on America's birthday has got to be the most patriotic thing that a person can do. Well, working towards a four-wheeler for, to put right here in the garage and a couch to put there in the main room. There's nothing more patriotic than that. Yeah. So before I was talking about, I'm looking at getting an old 80s Honda four-wheeler. It needs some work. It doesn't need some work to have fun, but it needs some work to not stink and to be reliable. Do you prefer async await over then? It depends. It's not an either or. It's a both. You must have both. In a lot of languages that have async await, unfortunately, JavaScript adopted the same naming, even though it's a completely different mechanism that doesn't have any resemblance to what you would see, for example, in C#. Async await and JavaScript, async await and C# are as different as Java and JavaScript, right? So it's not an either or. I like to use async await when it is the right tool for the job, and I like to use .then when it's the right tool for the job. But remember, all await is a .then. It's just syntax sugar. So you can write everything without ever using an await. And I think that's kind of important. All right, default with path. Why did I... What happened here? We do need a default with path. So... Can we just put the file management and the ciphering in this and leave everything else in that? So could we have, let's say wallet.maybe encrypt wallet.save I think we kind of can. Let's see how this works out. I don't think I'm going to use the tuple. Tuples are too confusing. People in JavaScript don't understand tuples. I will use hashy thing. All right. And then what is the note? What is the note? Note equals kind of need an exist on this one. Okay, if exist equals error.code, and then we would need see, file path error dot file path maybe. Just kind of thinking through how I'm going to structure this. I don't understand when to use one over the other. Does it even matter in certain scenarios? Yeah, so for example, right here, it matters. Because if you're not using, it's more that it matters when you use .catch than it matters when you use .then. So, for example, in this scenario, I want to halt the flow of the code when an error happens. I want to change the flow of the code. So this is my rule. Let's go to axioms of AJ here. Do I have axioms of AJ on this? Axioms of AJ. Okay, let's take a look at this together. So let errors bubble until they burst. Correct or classify, but do not catch. So when we encounter an error, we want to correct or classify, but we don't want to catch. So for example, here I'm just checking to see, is the error that I'm going to get exist? If the error that I'm going to get is exist, then I need to rethrow this error because I cannot correct or classify an error that does not exist. So I'm going to have to throw that. But in the case of exist, I can correct the problem. The problem is simply a matter that this already exists and I don't want to overwrite it, and so I'm going to process.exit. So the way that I'm correcting this, I mean, indeed, in this case, I am catching it, but I'm not catching it just to do nothing with it. I'm catching it because if it is the exist type, then I am able to correct the problem. I'm not sure. I don't like having ifs. Should basically be 1 or 2 lines long. We do this, the if is 3 lines long, but maybe that's a little bit easier to read. So maybe this is the more appropriate way to write this. I tend to like to write in a style where the ifs are as short as possible, but this might be more legible, so I'm gonna go with that for now. Anyway. So yeah, and one of the things I'm doing here, I'm going back to what I was saying earlier, not related to what we were just talking about. But if I can just get the wallet to only handle the file storage, which is the encryption and the file system, that's it, then I will do well. So I am going to split that out. And I think I actually want that to go into lib, not here, but I'm going to go with here for now. We'll figure this out. And I'm marking everything with underscores right now because I'm not committing to a public API, so that's why I'm marking stuff with underscores. But yeah, I don't have a good litmus test, other than to say if it doesn't make sense to use await, if it looks like for some reason you think you need a try catch that would be used for synchronous code, then you're doing your async await wrong. That's a code smell. There could be some exception to that. I don't know if I've encountered one recently. There's probably an exception to that, but it's probably a deeper level code smell. You know, you're not going to go back and fix the other code, and so you have a code smell there. So you'd almost always be using .catch. And then sometimes if you're using .catch, you need .then. Also, sometimes things go in multiple stages. So if you've got one branch of logic here, and then you maybe have another branch of logic. I can't think off the top of my head where this applies, but there's times where, especially with a .catch, and if I do a .catch to classify or correct an error, I might have a .then right after that then does the extra work to, for example, I might catch a duplicate record error and just ignore it. I might catch a record not found error and then have a .then that creates and returns the new record if it's something where it should be basically a get or create. Because it's not a one versus the other. It's kind of, when should I use addition and when should I use multiplication? This is actually not, it's kind of difficult to describe, well, because addition does multiplication. If you just add, you use multiplication if you're adding the same thing multiple times and you know how many times you need to add it ahead of time. They're two things that do the same thing. One is syntax sugar for the other. Multiplication is syntax sugar for a certain number of additions. And that's kind of a weight. I would just say if it feels awkward, if it feels like you're making your code more complex, then by using an await, then await's probably not the right tool. But other than that, yeah, I've got a real hard time trying to give you much in the way of good advice there. Yeah. Ryan, who watches these videos, he hates analogies. But I don't know how else. Maybe I would love to hear Ryan's take on this. Maybe he'll have a good take. Because I do analogies a lot. I don't know if they're good, but they're what I got. Ba-da-da-da. It's the analogy I got. But I can tell you, here's a rule. Anytime you're dealing with promises, the function should be marked as async. There is a reason to break that rule, but it's kind of a code smell. So sometimes you want to return a promise that has methods on it, or you need to. Sometimes I don't know what the other way around is it. But in that case, you probably shouldn't be returning the promise directly. You should instead be returning an object that has a promise property. I came up against this with the CLI, where you might enter in information at the prompt. So the prompt is sitting waiting for you to enter your code. But then if you go click the link in your email, the code is activated that way. So you can either read your email and type in the code into the prompt, or you can click in the email and the link will open up and it will put in the code and then continue the flow. And in that particular case, I can't return await the promise of the prompt because I actually need it to be okay for the prompt to never finish and the code to still continue to function. So I ended up using I think I used a promise.race in that scenario, and I had something where I had some sort of check going on so that I could cancel the prompt in the terminal if the code was verified, because it was doing this polling mechanism. At some point, I'll probably work on that here. But I think the most important thing is to have a fundamental understanding of how the normal, everyday, regular world works. Because the regular world works in an asynchronous fashion. You consider this the example I always give is Walmart versus Starbucks. Starbucks has a single line. You go up, they get your order as quickly as possible, and they give you a callback. Starbucks has a callback function. Walmart, there's lots of lines. Everybody waits in parallel. You don't get a callback when your groceries are checked out. You just sit and you wait there while your groceries are being checked out. But just having a fundamental understanding of how the world works. Also, purchasing on Amazon or buying a plane ticket. Planes always overbook their tickets, and then they let you know later if your ticket's no longer valid. Sometimes right there while you're sitting waiting for the plane. But they don't worry. They're going to oversell the plane. That's how they do business. And it's cheaper to oversell the plane and then give you the cost of the ticket plus a stay plus a trip to a nice restaurant or whatever. It's cheaper for them to buy you a second flight than it is for them to not overbook the plane. Amazon, you do your shopping around Christmas, a week before Christmas, and then Amazon sends you a message a couple days later saying, hey, this popular children's toy that you bought, it's actually out of stock, sorry. Understanding those general principles of the way the world actually works is critical. All right, let's go take our maybe encrypt function. We're going to pull this out now. And the reason I say that is because if you understand the patterns of the real world, then you'll know when to use them. Okay, so this is where Cypher comes in. Great. We shouldn't need dashcore here. We probably should need these relative keys directory. I'm going to be copying so much code out of this thing. Probably going to need the init passphrase. I've crashed Streamlabs one too many times. Uninstalled. Now it's finally all about OBS Studio. So wait, I'm confused. Are you streaming right now? Might be even able to handle plugins. Be careful with that. There are crypto miners and stuff, and some of the plugins. Be wary of the ones that are. Just straight up. That's how it is. Be wary of the ones that are the Chinese ones. All right, import key, get passphrase. I gotta have all this prompt stuff now. Set passphrase. Encrypt all. I don't think I need the encrypt all function yet, but let's see what I can do here. So that the wallet needs to be a few fold. I don't know exactly how to say this. We have an issue. Whoops, do we not need any JS doc on that? We probably don't because everything can be inferred easily. Error string, no. Error string on air, what? Empty string. There we go. Let me go find this. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was saying. Somebody remind me if you want me to finish the rest of that thought, because I totally forgot it. Oh, I remember what it was. So we want the wallet to have a mnemonic, and we want the generate function generally not to generate one at random, but instead to issue the next unused address from the mnemonic. But also, we want to be able to import keys into the wallet that are not from the mnemonic. Just testing. I won't scrape the barrel too hard in reference to the plugins. Got it. So I don't know why I had this prefix with the commands here. What? That doesn't look right. Oh, it is right because I know what we're doing here. All right, I'm going to go back and leave those in. So we're going to have commands. I'm going to put up here, I guess, let commands equals, commands isn't really the right term for this, but whatever, we're going to go with it. All right, we're going to copy all this, and then we're going to put it in here, prompt.js. That shouldn't be down there, that should be up here. Oh, look, and a reminder to check out creatsofcraftsmanship.com. That's where the good answers are, from people that are wiser than I am. Oh, here's what no, this one's not the one I was talking about. Return answer, close. Always return a wait. That's another thing about a wait. Always return a wait whenever you return something, because it solidifies the error stack. One of the best things about async await, when it's the right tool for the job, is that it preserves the error stack better than promises do. There's also a little bit less overhead because there's less ways to use async await. Particularly what gets passed back is always guaranteed to be a promise, and it's the way that you create the promise is guaranteed to always be the same. So it's a simpler way to deal with the error stack, for one. Wait, what the letter L just happened? Okay, I'm so confused. Did I? What? Oh no. Okay. I went to the other file. That's why. It's like, why is that moved? Who moved my cheese? All right, file name's declared, value's never read. I'm gonna return file name, file path. These are probably not the right names for this. This should probably be file rel. I don't think we actually need to worry about this. We're not going to be putting custom names, or maybe we are. I'm just going to leave that there for now. Okay, that's kind of a little oversimple. Okay. Let's see, default with path. All right, so this is a to-do. Well, we don't really need a default with path. We need a next, kind of. I have to revisit that later. All right, so let's go ahead and type this. So we got @param string. Oops. What have I done? There we go. So this is private key in base 58 check format. The public key hash in base 58 check. Coded as. There we go. All right, so wallet save is working out. Maybe encrypt. That's the one I want to kind of check out. So wallet.maybe encrypt. So this is going to need the get passphrase. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot that's missing there. Okay, get fs date string. So that's going to come along for the ride. Let's go check that out. Get fs date string. Where's this function? There we go. Simple utility function. I'm going to put utils at the bottom. Utility functions. Things that are just kind of random, whatevers. By the way, feel free to continue asking questions. They can be a little off the wall, that's fine. Keeps me awake, you know. I'm going to have to go out at some point and get a little sunlight. Maybe I'll get far enough to actually accomplish my original goal of what I started this all for. Okay, promise.resolve. Why is this upset? Do we not have our JSHint RC? We do. ES version. That should be fine. I'm a little bit confused here. Why would it be upset about promise? TS server. Okay, TS config. Is this wrong? ES 2021. And then it's got the comma there, so that looks right to me. I'm really quite confused. There must be something else going wrong here. There's just got to be... TS config. Let me just go look at crowd node. TS config. Let's just do a quick diff between these two. Diff between TS config and TS config. What do we find? Let's do -y. Not really quite sure how to interpret this. These should be almost identical. Is it just spacing changes, or... Oh, and that skiplab check true was already there in the first place. Okay. So that's interesting. Something weird's going on. Not quite sure what it is. I don't know that I really want to look into it right now. But this is confusing. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think it's that the node modules... Wait, node modules exist again? Ah. Hmm. I see where we've got a problem. All right, what's the truth here? All right, so this may not be the right way to handle this problem. Um, I think maybe I actually do just want the types in the node modules here. Hmm. Looks like that's already there, so that's kind of confusing, actually. I don't know what to think about it. Okay. So what's next here? Oh, let me get rid of this. There we go. All right, so I got my little prompt module. All right, let's see how this generate bit works out. Let me make sure they exist over in here. Yep, they do. Get passphrase. Set passphrase, read all keys. Okay, so we're gonna need read all keys. We're gonna need to encrypt all. Maybe read key file. Maybe read key file raw. Decrypt. Yeah, there's just so much stuff here that's related to wallet tooling. List manage key names. List manage key names. So much. It's good to separate this out, flatten it a little bit. With remove key is named like key. Do we even use that one? Get all balances. Okay, that we do not need. Okay, find with load address round duff. I don't know if that's necessary. Plain load adder. Let me just move round duff out of the way. It's kind of a utility function that you could put anywhere. Collect deposit, that's not really related. Collect sign up fee. All this stuff just needs to be moved. There's too many things in the way. Withdraw dash, yeah, let's just gonna move these things out of the way in this file. Because they all need to not disappear. We need to be distinct between what was actually intended to be part of this crowd node stuff and what is really just part of quality stuff. Okay, collect sign up fee, withdraw dash. What was this one here? Okay. So all of this can go basically probably right after main. They just put these in alphabetical order after main, probably. So withdraw could be later. There's collect sign up fees, collect deposit, stake dash. Good. Init crowd node again. Init key store, this could go down below. Show QR. Remove item is just a general utility function. So I'm going to put that all the way down towards the bottom. So I'm not really sure. Okay, so withdraw. Init crowd node kind of, it's not a direct command utility function. Okay, init key store. Get crowd node status. This actually definitely belongs up. Check balance definitely belongs further up. Well, this could be kind of a wallety-ish tool, but it's not something that can be done without contacting the Insights API, and that's one of the major distinctions that I want to draw here. Is what can be done, what requires insights and what doesn't. And that's kind of what can be done without a network connection and what can't. It's part of where we're drawing the line on these things. Okay, must get address, must get with, maybe read key paths, must get defaults. I think those are kind of separate. Okay, generate. Init passphrase. Oh, does this never get used? Oh no, it does. It's just complaining about it can't read the TS config. Maybe I need to run fix.json on it. Maybe it's got a comma in the wrong place or something. Let me just check that real quick. Maybe right down here where I added something. Let's see, comma. That all looks correct. What if I run fix.json on TS config? Looks like everything's right. Let's see. Okay, so there must have been an error there. Nope, it's still doing it. What is it doing this about? Okay, TSC version. Should be version 4, yeah. I am so confused. I just don't know why we'd be getting this behavior. Okay, on that note, I'm just going to go check real quick. What if we just go in a crowd node here? And what if we open up, say, Ben crowd node. Are we getting these issues with... We are, but why? That is included. Let me go do something else. I wonder if that has to do with some weird bug with directory hierarchies. So I'm going to go into crowdnode.js. And then let's try this. Okay, so now there's no problem. And the difference between these two is basically just the directory structure. So something about the directory structure here is confusing tsconfig. Wait. Didn't I just do a tsconfig.back? Why would it not read this? Is there one higher up? I don't know. It's one of those weird things. All right, let's see if we're kind of close to being able to run this again. Okay, property file path doesn't exist on object file name string file path string. It obviously does. Oh, because this one... Because it's not smart enough to understand. It's frustrating. Okay, I kind of get what it's complaining about. It's not reading the dot catch properly. Again, I think this is just because something's screwed up with TSC, the way that it's trying to read everything here. It's just gone bonkers. What if I just do this? Like a bin, files, directories, lib. Maybe if I just get rid of directories. I don't know what this does. I don't usually use that. Maybe something about that screwing it up. All right, so no, let's go back into here. The 50-50 on TypeScript is really annoying, where half the time it's really helpful and half the time it's... I like it when tools are correct 99.99% of the time. Yeah, but TypeScript is just way too close to 50%, or I don't know, maybe 75, maybe 90. But it's incorrect so much of the time that it's difficult for me to debug it, because the first thing that I should doubt is myself, right? So if my tools are good, then I should look at my own code and say, this is my problem. I need to invest my energy in figuring out where I made a problem. But TypeScript is incorrect so much, the TypeScript checker, that I end up being hesitant because I don't want to invest a bunch of time in solving a problem that isn't really there. All right, do we have our generate done yet? Nope. Vim generate. What are we at? So that's all working. This is working. Expected one argument but got 0. What argument is expecting? Plain text. Plain text false. I do not expect this to work, but let's go ahead and run it anyway. No shadow is not defined. kind of expected. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. What are you up to today? All right. Heyo. So here's my ABC123 passphrase. Interesting. Interesting that it tells me incorrect passphrase when... Oh, actually, no, it is correct. I am wrong. So we don't want... There we go. This is one of those places where it actually would be really helpful to come to have package.name. And then also one of those situations where it'd really be helpful to have a config option. To do config option. Would you like to set an encryption passphrase? Yes, I would. I am so surprised that it so nearly worked. No such file or directory. Great. Let me go back into here. Then we have an mkdir, keysdir, yeah. Okay, so let's back the truck up just a little bit. And we're going to wrap this in an async function main. Get off me, fly. Let's throw this in there. Throw this in there. Oh, we can't await that. Duh. That's why I separated this out. Okay, let's get... Wait, did I... I'm getting so confused. Oh, I see why I'm getting confused. That's okay. Keysdir. Ooh, I need a wallet.init is what I need. That's actually not right. Okay, we don't have an await function. How do you normally interact with Postgres, SQL, and Go? I've just started learning it, coming from stuff like Prisma Node. I don't really know where to start. So, XKCD stick figure. I don't know if you've been on the channel before. I don't remember. But I like to stay away from complex layers of abstraction. I like to keep pretty simple. So, one thing you got to ask yourself. Do you plan to be swapping out lots of different databases? If you were building an open source library or open source product, and that's the reason that you think you might want to be swapping out databases, then you're wrong. Because you're going to be wasting lots of time diverting focus on solving database problems that aren't related to the problem that you're trying to solve. If you were selling this product to other customers, then you're wrong. Because by the agreement of the buyer-seller relationship, you dictate the terms by which you expect this to run in a particular environment. So if they want to be able to have, another database and they want to have some data warehouse or I don't know, do some weird stuff, then their DB admin can siphon the data out of Postgres periodically and put it in the other database, or they can just write code in their other database that contacts your API without ever contacting the database, just to kind of the services architecture, right? So if you are not trying to create extra work for yourself in either of those scenarios, and you've eliminated that, then hopefully you've decided that although you might want some sort of thin wrapper for convenience, you are going to use Postgres because you're going to use Postgres. You don't need these wrapper tools that aren't, that are just generating extra work, because then you have to learn Postgres, plus you got to learn the other thing, and then you got to do all this stuff with the raw database. So let me cut to the chase here. I have been liking SQL C lately. And I don't actually have a public repo with an example of how to use this. I think I could get that. I think I will have that because I'm doing a presentation in which I'm going to be using this at Utah Go soon. And they actually are doing something really dumb right now, which makes me frustrated, which is they started as the best way for doing Postgres with Go, but then they started adding MySQL. So now exactly the problem that I was mentioning where, okay, now you've got this open source project and you've got a bunch of time and attention diverted with issues that are completely unimportant. Now that they're trying to integrate with MySQL for people that don't know how to use databases that came up with MySQL because somebody said MySQL because they also don't know anything about databases. Now they've got to, they're diverting their time and energy to be using, to support MySQL. So that's kind of dumb, but whatever. But the tool itself, the only thing I don't like about the tool, well, maybe not the only thing, but one of the things that I don't like about this tool is that it does require a C compiler to work. Well, I guess you could download it separately and not have it be part of your build tooling, but anything that I have as part of build tooling, I like to have committed to the repository so that all the build tooling can be built as well as, and then it can be used to build it. So that way I know that I've got the specific version, because then in my go.mod, the build tooling is being put in there. Anyway, so SQL C, you just write SQL, and it uses the actual Postgres parser. That's why it needs C. Uses the actual Postgres parser to parse your SQL and then generate the correct Go code. And there's a couple of things you got to work around there. I hope to have this in, like I said, in a presentation in August. I do have a small repository that uses this. And then there's another one that I like to use too. I'm trying to remember. What was that? Or maybe it's another one that I haven't actually been using, but I heard about and that I want to use. Trying to remember. But there was a article, let's see, Go, SQL C, some sort of blog. Maybe it was on someone's Medium blog. Let me see if I... How we went all in. PGX, that's the other. So PGX. SQL C, PGX. Yeah, so here we go. I think this is good. Check this out. Yeah, so SQL C doesn't get rid of the need for PGX. But yeah, I like the idea of PGX because it is specific to Postgres. We don't need database libraries. Databases are a solved problem. They're not an interesting problem. We don't need to support a myriad of databases in a given product. So use tools that are specific to the database. Don't try to abstract that. So yeah, I'm just going to put this link here in the chat real quick. I think there's one other article kind of complemented this as well. Is this the one where he says, contact me? No. There was another article that said, basically, hit me up in the Discord or the Slack or something. So let me go ahead and just bookmark this, because I'm gonna want that again later. So yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of staying close to the metal. Probably a dumb question. Maybe not. Something I don't have time to worry about with Prisma, or didn't have to worry about with Prisma. Do I manually configure the tables and relations in the terminal and stuff before writing the code with SQL C PGX? No, so you actually write the SQL in as just normal SQL, and you could use. I think I used Go Migrate for that. It's very simple. You just put it's date underscore description dot up dot SQL. So you just write the plain SQL in the directory, and it will the SQL C parser will read all of the SQL files lexicographically, and it will know what the end result is because it's using Postgres' own parser. So it will run your migrations, all of the up files, just it'll run them. And then it will know at the end. So anytime you regenerate your Go code, if the scheme has changed, you'll get nice. I mean, this is one of the things I really, really think is really cool. And this should have been done 20 years ago, but I'm glad that people are starting to do it now because I thought, this really that hard of a problem to know ahead of time what SQL's going to fail and what's not. But anyway, they have it so it parses your SQL and generates the Go, and so you can actually know during your tooling time rather than runtime if there's a problem with the SQL. So that's just another thing I think is really great about it. Okay, what was this? Here we go. So I need a wallet.init here. And then, to do config option maybe. All right, let's try this. Oh, nope, not actually what I wanted to do. Let's run node generate. Yes. All right, list managed key names is not defined. Read all keys. Decrypt. Maybe encrypt. Set defaults. We don't need to worry about that. That's set defaults, interestingly enough, is actually more crowd nodey. So I'm going to put that up here. Later, Gators. All right. Have a good one. Thanks for joining in. What does 07 mean? Maybe encrypt. List keys. Get balances. That doesn't belong here necessarily. Kind of, sort of, maybe. Remove key. List manage key names. Load adder. Plain load adder. Get balance. Okay, so get all balances, get balance. This stuff does not belong here. Transfer balance. Yeah, so now we've hit into a realm of things that just they're not in this category. So I think I'm going to move this stuff up. Let me see how far down it goes. All right, get all balances, get balance, transfer balance, get status, send sign up, accept terms, deposit dash, whiff to adder, empty string to dash, yada yada. Okay. So I may have copied too many lines there. I think I've got my, no, it shouldn't be. I think I got my buffer set to 10,000, so it should be just fine. All right, stake dash. Let's see. I think the get all balances and the get balance, these are kind of, and the transfer balance. Whoops. These are kind of wallet-y-ish. Okay, but get status is not wallet-y-ish at all, really. Send sign up, accept terms, deposit dash. None of these things are wallet-y-ish. Stake dash, withdraw dash, init crowd node, that's kind of wallet-y, or kind of set default. Okay, that's definitely more crowd node-y. Okay, then we're back down here, show QR, init key store. Okay, so this is where I want these functions to be. And then with that, I think I can almost go down to the bottom of the file here. Just double check this again. Oh, no, check balance. That doesn't belong here. Yeah, a lot of this stuff. Okay, I'm going to move this init key store down. Because must get address, must get a Swift. This kind of... It's kind of related. So must get default with is wrong. Well, for key management anyway. Because you don't get a default with. You would get next, but not default. Crowd node needs the default stuff. Because of the way crowd node works. That you have a key. Get all balances, show QR. Right, set default, get default. Must get adder. Get balance. All right. Oh, 07 is a salute? Huh. I'm not familiar with that, but have a good one. Let me check out something real quick. TSC config precedence. No. Could I be using JS-config and omit some options or something? JS-config.json. Oh, okay. Maybe I should be using JS-config rather than TS-config. Good to know. Maybe. All right, so what was the thing that I'm actually using? List, managed keys. So I kind of need to separate the passphrase garbage from the key garbage. Because the passphrase stuff is necessary, but not tightly coupled. It's just the general key management is a separate thing. What's up, sweetie? Oh, the battery died? You're going to put it back on the charger. You can ask mommy to put it on the charger. No, no, sweetie. All right, save safe. Okay. All right, list keys, list manage key names. Bah, too many. I'm going to find that there's just most of the stuff is not here. I need to organize this. These ones I don't want to organize alphabetically. I want to organize functionally. Okay, read all keys. Is named like key. Let's go grab that. Is named like key. This one I would put more in the, let's say, we got some general utility functions, and then we have utility functions. Let's say specific. Okay, what else are we missing here? Ooh, definitely don't want Dash Core to be in here. Is there any way that we can handle this problem? I guess we would just omit hub, which is okay. All right, maybe read that find name raw key. Let's go back to crowd node and do types.js. Then there's going to be a number of things here. Insight. Socket, crowd node balance, cookie store. Raw? Do we not have the raw? All right, we'll go back here. Raw type def. Let's see. Raw key. There we go. Okay, get back here. Let's see what else we're missing. All right, so maybe read key file. So almost all this adder stuff. Oh, that could work. We can save the adder together, right? Okay, so we could yeah, all right, so this will work. We could do this. I can go back to the types, whoops. And I can put that back. So do we where do we have Dash Core? Do we have Dash Core in other places? No. Okay, so this is good. So we do want to be able to verify the address that the two things match, but we can pull that up to a higher level That way we don't have any dependencies in this itself. The only dependencies this should have should be encryption related dependencies. And then the ciphering, the reason that we know that we need the ciphering at a different layer is than this. Why don't we just pull the ciphering into here? And then we're going to find some of the same stuff with the prompt. Well, actually, this whole thing, when we look at how we store it in the browser, this whole thing is just going to be different. We'll be able to reuse a bit of it, but it's going to be more of an interface because, I think what we'll want to use in the browser is maybe local forage. Again, I want to be light on dependencies, but I think it may make sense in the browser to, let's see how heavy. I just want to think ahead here. Local forage. Yeah, I don't know that we need to worry about Web SQL. That could probably be removed. Ugh. This is so wrong. Because whenever they give examples like this, I think one of the reasons that try catch becomes it sneaks into these examples is because they don't put it in context. Because in context, you would do your dot catch wherever the call site is, because you need your errors to bubble up. But whenever they do these examples, they always kind of try to show it. I just don't think this is useful. And I think the reason that they show it this way is because originally in the browser, and I'm not sure if this is still the case or not, but originally the browser promise errors were silenced by default. You would not see an error. So if you wanted to provide a little snippet like this where the correct behavior happened, but they've already got a wait here. So a wait already assumes that it's inside of a function. So this is already it just doesn't, whatever. It just kind of perpetuates the madness. It doesn't make sense. Semantically, it just doesn't make sense to put a try-catch around an await. It's not C#. It's not synchronous code. It doesn't follow those, whatever. Okay, what I really wanted to know is how heavy is this thing? Is this lightweight? Or is this, how heavy is it? Let's look at dist. Do we have a kilobyte list here? So they have a no promises. Do they have a no callbacks? And it seems like that they just need to modernize this. 29 kilobytes. Phew. Is that worth it? Could we provide the same API with less code, less trying to be compatible with everything? Let me take a look at IndexedDB real quick. Can I use indexed? Is it IndexedDB or IndexedDB? IndexedDB. So not Internet Explorer, not Wii U or PlayStation 3, everything else. Okay. So, IndexedDB 2. What the heck is that? And this is everything except for the Baidu browsers. Binary keys. Interesting. Available in workers. Wait, hold on. So it's not available in Internet Explorer, but it's available in Internet Explorer with workers. Can somebody please explain that to me? Inside blob web workers. But it is available in... This does not make sense. How? But... Whatever. The math doesn't add up. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So IndexedDB would be probably the right tool for the job. We could probably start with local storage and upgrade to IndexedDB later if we were going to go that route. Which kind of makes me want to rethink this strategy in of itself. Well, when I get to the browser stuff, what I'll probably do is, possibly, it is nice to have things sectioned out independently so that when you write a key, the key is in its own space, and you don't have the possibility of writing a large key, possibly having some error and corrupting other keys, which is part of the reason I have the safe save. But I think we could get probably a more similar API between web browsers and Node. I would probably need to write a new JSON storage module or a JSON storage v2 that segmented out keys by directory or has an option for that. Could probably just add an option to that to the existing JSON storage module, and that would probably be okay. And that's pretty light and simple. Or the DOM storage module, the Node.js DOM storage. Anyway, so what was I looking at? What's the current failure for this? Chmod. All right, let's go ahead and Come on, where's my? There it is. User, bin, env, and node. Oh, generated undefined. Wonderful. Let's take a look at what that looks like in keys. All right, so something went horribly wrong. Wonderful. So maybe it was TypeScript was right. Let me go back and check here. Ven, generate, init. We got to wait on the init. How about, do we have an await on the save? Because I'm wondering, just didn't put the await there. That's all that's wrong there. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, that's not quite right. Okay, that looks, I mean, that could be right. It might not be right. It's hard to say. Oh, and we do need to get this error path bit. Hold on. Wait, it would not be possible. Okay, what we could have is we could have an index. Basically, we could have a count, an index, and all that other stuff. So let's just put to do. Count, index, etc. Whoa. So we could have some sort of HD option, true, false. All right, so we got this. What happened? Where did this go wrong? So wallet maybe encrypt. Wallet save with, adder. We never supplied the adder. File path. A note. Why does it not like note? So this session didn't end up being what I thought it was going to be. which I should have known. I should have known that I was, because I thought, oh, I'm just going to modify my create TX function in the way that it exists in the crowd node stuff, and then that then I'm going to do the MIMO thing. That's not what this ended up being, because really there's a lot of value in the crowd node stuff, but there's a lot of junk in the crowd node stuff, and so I'm not just forking the crowd node stuff. I'm redoing it after a fashion. I'm copying code over, bringing it back. Where was the note bit? Feeling we don't really need these note, that the note piece is not important. Return file name, file path. Why is it complaining about this now? Oh. Yeah, this is dumb. I wish it would read process.exit. No, okay, this is not actually happening. Of course, I probably need a better resolution for this. This might be the place where the complexity yields itself to whatever is using this should actually be catching that. I'm just going to leave it alone for now. We'll figure out. As I get into when I start doing the browser stuff, which I don't know when that's going to happen, but that's when this is really going to start to take shape as to what it's supposed to look like, because the CLI code and the browser code are going to be there's going to be some amount of copying, and there's going to be some amount of replacement using the browser config option in package.json. Okay. So I think I'm going to soon take a break and go get some sunshine. Okay, so this stopped complaining at me about random stuff. It's no longer complaining at me about async. I wonder if it's just one of the files was so poorly generated that it couldn't get through enough of the code, and it just kind of quit, and then it messed up the config somehow, because now it seems to be working. Okay, so we got the generate command. We're going to do the transfer command, and I think that what we may find here is that the digital cache command is going to more directly use the generate and whatnot. I think we're going to have a simpler meta command, and the sub commands are going to have repeated logic for things like the .env, because I want them to stand alone as examples where if you were looking at this as, hey, how do I do this thing? You get a better handle on what that is like. And this should be all right in terms of our generate command. It needs our wallet stuff, but it's apart from it. So if I want to look at the generate command, I wanted to see, whoops, let me go back to the generate command. And I want to see, okay, how does the generate command generate? You can see that's basically it right here. I might want to somehow indicate what if I get rid of this? What if I Okay, so it's complaining expected arguments. I'm saying, okay. So is this still gonna work if I pass in an empty string? String is too short. Nope, doesn't like it. Interesting. Undefined? Can I pass in undefined? Nope. Hmm. If no string is given, a new key is created. I wonder what did I do with Dash Message.js? Because with the Go one, I think I did more core level implementation. With the JS one, I think I did not. Should I be writing this in Go? Because the transaction bit is why I'm not writing it in Go. I would like this to be in Go as well. But until we break apart Dash core into smaller pieces, yeah, I think that's what we need first. We need first lots of nice, simple, small examples of how to use this as a command line tool, and then we recreate the transaction bit, and maybe I'll create it both in JavaScript and Go simultaneously if and when I get to that point. Okay, but this is good. What I don't have here that would be nice to make this a complete functional unit, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all that. Get rid of that. This kind of looks a little wonky too. I am going to go ahead and change this now. So somebody asked earlier, how do I know when to use .then, when to use .catch? And I said, well, if it starts to look a little wonky too, then maybe await's not the right tool. So I think that this is it. So okay. Yeah. So error.file path. We don't actually do anything. Yeah. I actually do anything with that error right now, so I can actually comment that out. And then we're back to we don't need this. All right, so to do row exist when we're doing non-random generation. Because right now it's random. It's not possible for this to occur. Well, unless there's something wrong with the random generator in the computer. All right, so I'm going to do config digital cache keys start out with, just get rid of everything, and then generate a new. Okay, and then this is going to be, before I end the session, I think I want to have some way to read the key to know that this is indeed that we are actually encrypting what we think we're encrypting, and the decrypt works too. So let's export.js. Let me make a generate. Let's just do this. And before I do that, we got something that's working. So let's go ahead and it's commit time. Let me think about how I want to do this. Did we didn't even use any of this dash stuff yet, did we? Could probably hide away some of the dash core usage behind that. JS what was, oh, that's just white space change, whatever. Okay, didn't do anything with that. Didn't do anything with this. Git reset lib dash. So that's reset. What do we do with types? Do we actually even use this type? Raw key? Is that used? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we add the types. What did we actually do with package.json? I did nothing of value there. Almost nothing of value. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, I'm expecting if I undo these, then I'm not going to have any problems with types. Okay, so I don't know why TSC was freaking out, but it had something to do with hold on, I'm going to finish that thought maybe. The file just being so wrong that it couldn't make it through, and it just bailed early and then gave extraneous errors. I'm gonna look at this one more time, make sure it had nothing to do with that. Nope, seems like it did not. Okay, so this looks fine. All right. Well then, there's some junk here, but whatever. I hesitate to create a branch for this yet. I'm not publishing this yet. Nobody knows about this yet. And sometimes what happens if I create a branch for something, then the work that's actually there that I would want people to see, if they happen across the repository, is hidden away in a branch. So I'm not going to create a branch for this. I'm just going to rebase main before the 1.0 or the first useful release. And this is not yet the first useful release. So let's just go with whip. Reincarnate generate command. That's what we managed to do in this. Okay, so now let's go see if we can get a really quick export key. Export key, and then what we're going to need here is the prefix or the name. So let's just name, full name or prefix of public address. Pattern? It's not really a pattern. All right, so what are we doing? We're going to call wallet.find or some such. Export key. Let name equals process.argv2 if not name. Then we'll have some nasty message. Console.error. Usage. Export. Pub key hash. Address or prefix. Good enough. Okay. And then we're gonna have a maybe decrypt, probably. Let's see. Do we have a maybe decrypt? No, we don't. We just have a decrypt. Maybe read key file raw. That's probably what we need. Let me go into here. I'll let maybe read key file raw. Oh, we got that there already. And actually in this one, I don't think I want to use this. I think I always want to do, the only reason I left that function in there was to preserve compatibility as I was creating the other stuff. Okay, so maybe read key file raw, that's cool. So how about find? I've got some sort of find function. Nope, okay, let's go back here. Do I have a find? I'm pretty sure I've got a find function. Find with. Yeah. So let's go back here. Let's bring out our read all keys, list manage key names. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to split the passphrase management from the file management. That is something that I do need to have. Oh, but then I got this little bit of weirdness because when I set the passphrase, I want to encrypt everything. But I knew this. In one of the last sessions, I had this kind of trouble inside of myself where I said, well, you know, what do I do here? Because I need to get the raw keys. Basically, there's just going to need to be some restructuring. I'm going to need to decrypt and then set the passphrase, and I'm going to need to set some sort of variable to let it know. Yeah, the read keys just doesn't belong here. That's the thing. The rotation bit doesn't belong here. So what we should have is we get the previous passphrase. Yeah, this is just, it's just structured poorly. I think I kind of understand what needs to happen now that we're looking at it anew. But I don't need to change anything about this yet. We're just going to leave that there for now. Okay, so what am I doing? Find with. What is this is going to return list manage keys. Return, okay, so find with, and then we have something that encapsulates, we must have something that encapsulates that. So with to adder. I'm not sure if that's really a problem that I have. Let's see, what about here? Main decrypt. Here we go. So here's our decrypt. Um, so let me go into export, and we're actually going to do file name here. Oh, and then of course I need the list. I need the list command. This is all going to break down nicely, and then eventually we should be able to put this back into the CrowdNode CLI. And just change pass in the config for what the config folder is supposed to be. But I think before I even do that, I want to figure out how to make this work in the browser, because it'll be great to bring the CrowdNode bit to the browser as well. So yeah, this is going to be a really great project. It's going to be very good. All right, so name string is not assignable to Boolean. Oh, right, export key. So we need kind of need the name. This is going to be subcommand. I'm just going to call this adder. Okay, and this is ops dot adder, and then we need file path. Where to export the file or for standard out. All right, so we don't need any of this. No, export path. Okay. So I don't think we actually need this. I do want to do the check here, though. So I need wallet._find_with. So let's go fix that. Okay, find with. Oh, that's the only use where I've got this? That seems suspect. Wallet dot maybe read key file raw. Maybe read try to replace all of this with wallet._. And then of course this one. Whoa. I don't know how that happened. My cursor moved all over the place like that. Okay, maybe read key file raw. Then this. So it says maybe, I think, because if it can't read it, it doesn't catch. I'm so glad to be cleaning this up. This is going to be so nice. Because I was really, really proud of the SDK part of the crowd node CLI. But then the binary part, it just, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it got to a point that was just uncomfortable. Okay, we need to decrypt all. Decrypt all. Do we need to decrypt all? Decrypt all. Do we have a decrypt period? We have a decrypt. Decrypt all. Okay. Okay, so we got a decrypt all, wallet dots underscore decrypt all. And then done is done. Yeah, I actually don't want this stuff down in here. Yeah, this is not the right way to go about it. I don't think we actually do want decrypt all. So if not raw keys, yeah, that's not where this belongs. So we don't want decrypt all. Let me go back and get rid of this. Decrypt all must die. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have a bin file that's going to be decrypt. But that's that. And I definitely will need to get the wallet.dat stuff figured out. But again, this is going to separate rather nicely, I feel like, as we move along. So I don't need to worry about that right now. And I think I could and I should have alternate versions. I could have this encryption decryption as it is, which works. And then I could have the wallet.dat encryption decryption. And I think this is actually stronger because it's using a standards-based key derivation function rather than, well, I think the one for wallet.dat actually is standards-based. I think it's just standards that are deprecated because it uses MD5. Okay, so let's see here. Raw keys. Maybe read raw key file. Okay, so I don't even need this reduce here. Okay, so already decrypted is not actually the problem, but we can go with that. And then we can export okay, let me go back here at fs.access. There we go. This already exists, not overriding. That's important. So we're going to have the file path. Let fs equals. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. Feel free to ask questions. I'm in the thick of it now. Actually, well, I think I said an hour ago is Gonna wrap up here soon so I could go for a walk. But you know how that goes. Oh, let's see. And again, TypeScript checker not understanding. I mean, I'm checking right here. If this is not defined, you know, TypeScript checker should know process.exit. Maybe I need to return here. Oh, also I don't have header specified, so we got header and then file path. File name or okay, so if not file name or not file path. There we go. Export key is right here. So why is it saying string or undefined? Oh, because I had it defined as optional here, but it is not optional. Oh, you know what though? All right. Dir name or file name. Let's see. I think I actually want this to be optional. So let's go with just file name or this for now. Because it can print out to the screen. Export key. Okay, and then this should be defaults to adder.with in the current directory. Okay, so if file path is this, then we can just say 0 console. Well, I guess we don't need the process.exit, do we? Because I've got that down here at the end, right? So if we've got it down there at the end, then we don't need it here. You know what? I need a special error class that says CLI error. To do CLI error. And if it's a CLI error, then it should just print out what the error message is verbatim and exit one. Handle by printing message. Because really we don't want to have process.exits all over the place. That's just bad form. I know I did that in the last one, but it was stupid. I knew it was stupid. But I did it. All right, console.info, and then what are we saying here? I think it's going to be key dot with. I guess we don't need the string for that. All right. Duplicate identifier adder. Why is this a duplicate identifier? Because we're using it down below. All right, so here, if file path exists, will not overwrite. So this, again, would be CLI error. String or undefined, it doesn't like that. Okay, if not file path, then file path equals, and this is going to be key.adder.with. Cool. Hey, it actually understood it that time. Great. And then we don't need to do the safe save on this one because we're already checking that this doesn't exist. So we'll say wrote file path. I don't need to do the decrypt all. What I do want to be able to do is do key.with and do check adder and then say if check adder not equal to adder, then we got a problem. Actually, key.adder. If it's not equal to key.adder. The problem is console.warn. Let's see, warn key.adder.with contains key that for check adder. And then I guess we want to write this. Let me see, what are we doing here? I need to write out the file. So it should just be fs.write file path. And then the contents, which should be key.with. Let's just put a new line in there for good measure. Get some awaits on here. Await, write file. All right, let's test this out. If we test this out and this works, then this is a good pause point. Bin export. Of course, I need a list because I don't actually know where my key or what my key names are. So let's just, it's impossible error. All right. Maybe read key file raw. Couldn't find, whoops. Key path. If not key path, so maybe read key file raw. Maybe I need to join the key path. Maybe that's what my problem is. So let's go try that out. But this should give me the full path, I think. I think if it doesn't, then what I need to do, find with. So this is just giving me the name. And what I need instead is a find with path. And so I need let with name, so let name equals find pre, if not name, return name, empty string, and then otherwise, I'm going to return path.join, what's it? Configure, keysdir, yeah, okay. Okay, then let's update this. Something smells good. All right. Path, received instance of promise. Let's go check that out. Probably really simple, just await. Hey, let's check it out. Did it work? Looks right. All right, success. You know, and I do want an export all. In fact, I think before I do this, let me just make note of that. To do dash all for all keys in a single file. Dot wallet. Wallet.whiffs. I don't know. I don't know what this would be. Let's see. Or directory. I think .whiff should be one whiff. So maybe .wallet should be many whiffs. Keys.wallet, something like that. I don't know. All right, git status, git admin export. Okay, so I'm going to do another session later, and that session is going to be what this was titled, which I'm probably going to add several commands, probably add a list command, but we will start off with creating the TX that allows multiple inputs, multiple outputs, so that we can, basically the goal is to be able to load a spreadsheet that has a list of addresses where things should come from, and then outputs where they should go to, and we will need to use the Insight API for that. And there's not really any getting around that for this, at least. Okay, well, if you liked it, give it a like, thumbs up, sub, all the things. I will, it looks like got a couple viewers. Let's see if I can find a good person to throw us on. Probably Rockstar74. Wait, Marketing Monday and nothing else? Interesting. This, maybe not. I don't know. Setting up a server from scratch, testing asteroids, island generator, software and game development. Cade Mlia. All right, that's what we'll do. Cade MLIA. So that's who we're gonna raid. Raid Cade MLIA. All right, everybody. Catch you later. Adios. Oh wait, we needed a little. We needed a little bit of. Oh. Oh. Bow, 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 bow. Adios. There we go. I don't know why that was. Wait. Let's try this again.